this is a sound check from the bottom of the helix, where the bump hits the bump.
Oh, there it is. Okay, got the YouTube.
And this is your sound check from the bottom of the helix, where the bump hits the bump.
Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 of the NERx virtual convention. NERx is a production of the NMRA Northeastern Region and NMRAX production team. I am Chuck Diljak of the Garden State Division and will be your host for this afternoon's program. Like day 1 of NERx, we will present another fun-filled day of clinics, layout tours, model showcases, and roundtable discussions. The team at NERx would like to thank MiniPrints for sponsoring this convention. MiniPrints fills a niche in the hobby, 3D printing animals, figures, and oddities that are not commercially available anywhere else. MiniPrints will be holding a drawing for a $50 gift voucher that will end today at 6 p.m. Eastern, with the drawing taking place at 7 p.m. To enter, open another window on your browser and go to facebook.com/miniprints3D. Look for a post related to the drawing or NERx and enter a comment with your era and hashtag miniprints3D. That is all you have to do to enter the drawing. Good luck. In addition to entering the MiniPrints drawing, I encourage you to share comments and ask questions using the chat feature in YouTube or Facebook as you watch and listen to our clinics and tours today. We will do our best to get the questions to the presenter at the end of each session. Now sit back with your favorite beverage, snacks, and enjoy this hobby of model railroading. We do have a little change in our agenda today. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties with our first clinician, so we're actually going to switch the first clinic and the first layout tour. We're going to actually show the first layout tour first, and what the first layout tour it really demonstrates the many areas of interest in this hobby. The owner has a Lionel O-gauge layout that is unique. Due to the lack of space, it's mounted on a 4x7 foot table, and since he could not expand into the room, he expanded vertically with multiple levels, each representing a different theme. So let's visit this Lionel layout and David McLeod.
Welcome to Dave's Train Room. Lionel trains on multi-levels. My name is David McLeod. I have a Lionel O-gauge layout that's fairly unique. Due to the lack of space, it's mounted on a 4 foot by 7 foot table on wheels with locking brakes. To add on to the first level, I had to go up 2 levels and went down 1 sub-level for a total of 4 levels. Level 3 is the top level, whose theme is Lehigh Valley trains hauling coal from Pennsylvania to upstate New York. Level 2, below Level 3, is a New York Central steam engine hauling livestock to a small city. Level 1 is a Boston and Maine diesel train hauling supplies to the Four River shipyard. The last level is a sub-level that features my 58-year-old Lionel Scout train set I got as a kid with my brother Mark. The third, or top level, is a coal town that a Lehigh Valley train is delivering coal to. There is a Boston and Maine switching engine that switches coal cars to a sidetrack to the right of the black wooden bridge for delivery, as well as a coal tower to the left of the bridge. There is a 3-story brick building that has a grocery store called Granado's in front of the bridge, as well as a green pedestrian bridge that brings you over to the diner to get a bite to eat. Other services that the coal town offers are a motel, gas station, with a repair shop, and a post office. At the far end of town is a small logging operation and sugar shack. On top of the double tunnel is a radio station. The Lehigh Valley Railroad ran from 1846 to 1976. Its primary objective was hauling anthracite coal from Easton and Allen, Pennsylvania to New York City and Buffalo, New York, for heating purposes. The railroad also had a passenger service train called the Black Diamond that ran to Buffalo, New York in the Finger Lake region, as well as hauling coal. Conrail ended up buying the railroad in 1976 due to the dwindling demand for coal starting in the late 1950s. It switches the coal cars to the side track to the right of the black wooden bridge for delivery. The coal cars are disconnected from the switching engine and left there for delivery. The switching engine is going by a railroad crossing near the pedestrian bridge that takes you over to the diner. You can see the diner in the foreground with a red roof and green walls. Here we have both trains running at the same time. The Lehigh Valley is running by itself and sounding out its horn. The second level features a New York Central steam engine puffing away, hauling livestock to a small city. It's hauling turkeys, cows, horses, and my favorite, a boxcar of Baby Ruth candy bars. Yum! The city consists of a police station, variety store, hospital, greenhouse, vegetable stand, a substation to pick up passengers, as well as a supermarket, church, gas station, a repair shop, a cafe, and residential houses. This is a Long Island, New York diesel engine that I had to have. My wife is from Long Island, New York. You'll notice the green boxcar that has New York, New Haven, and Hartford, Connecticut written on it. My grandfather worked for the New Haven Railroad repairing boilers. This is the back side of the city on level 2. The road on the second level goes all around the train table, raising up on the back side to accommodate a turnout underneath. This is still the backside of the city on level 2. The raised road has a car truck elevator that can bring a vehicle to the third level and back down to the second level. This is a manual elevator, and this is how it works. Driving from the third level from the road onto the raised elevator. You drive to the end of it and position yourself to exit. The elevator lowers down manually to level 2, and then the driver can drive off onto the road. Level 1 is a Boston and Maine diesel engine hauling ore to the Fall River shipyard through the city and taking the slag from the ore away and discarding it. The shipyard is in Quincy, Massachusetts, where I grew up. Thomas Watson, the owner, started the Fall River Railroad to save shipping costs. It had 3 miles of track that went out to East Braintree, Massachusetts. Watson started the shipyard in 1883. Bethlehem Steel bought it in 1913, and General Dynamics bought it in 1963 and owned it till it closed in 1986. My dad was a shipping clerk for the Fall River Railroad that brought supplies into the shipyard. You can see the city has a large train station, fire station, schoolhouse with a playground, and a farm with cows, horses, and chickens. The Boston and Maine diesel train is backing up to a side track to uncouple the 2 cabooses for maintenance repair at the engine house. The uncoupling is successful, and the cabooses are left to be worked on. My last level is a sub-level featuring my 58-year-old Lionel train set that I got as a kid that still runs great. Everything is original except the caboose. It was plain brown and I decided to make it multicolored to spruce it up a bit. It's traveling through an old industrial city, picking up products and delivering supplies. The center of the track is a figure 8 going by a farm, a factory that makes sleds, an airport, and a shop house that builds wooden barrels. This is a barrel shed platform. After the barrels are made at the shop in the gray house in the background, they are hauled over to the barrel platform where they are loaded through a chute onto a railroad car to ship to suppliers who will then have the barrels shipped to stores for sale. Finally, at the far end to the right is a duck and swan pond next to a hobo village. Hobos that were migrant workers or homeless unemployed vagrants were known to ride the train's boxcars by sneaking onto them when the train was stopped. They rode for free until they were caught looking for work. This was during the Depression era of the 1930s.
David's layout brought back great memories of the Lionel train set my brother had in our youth. Well, we figured out our technical issues and we can now present the first clinic this afternoon. And after this clinic, we will be back to our regularly scheduled program. This clinic has a focused interest on European trains that I did not know existed and I'm interested in learning more about. Our clinician is a retired industrial designer and co-founder of the Little Roadie Division's ON30 modular group in the Narragansett Bay Railway and Navigation Company. He is a member of the European Train Enthusiasts, on the board of directors for the Little Roadie Division, AP chair for the Little Roadie Division, and a member of the Mystic Seaport Ship Modelers Group. Under the name Penny Whistle Design Group, he and his team build layouts commercially. We welcome Master Model Railroader, Justin McGuire.
Oh, good afternoon to all of you who have deigned to watch us today. The title of this particular presentation, European Train Enthusiasts, a lightweight approach to 3 new modules, will concentrate on pretty much the lightweight construction portion of it. And that is applicable to any model railroad, and especially portable ones. The incentive to do these 3 modules came about as a result of the fact that our existing modules are exceptionally heavy. The ETE requirements on the national website cite the heavy use of everything from 2x4s to 3/4-inch material. And so I was asked to replace 3 modules with a total length of just a little under 15 feet. The dimensions on this drawing that I did are all in the metric system. So each module is 145 centimeters long, or roughly about 57 inches. My concept for this, if you can look at this series of 3 modules, was to have them in a more sinuous form. It did not have to be straight. That complicated construction, but as you'll see, we overcame that. The module on the left blends a cityscape on the next module to it towards a center section, which is largely water and a harbor, followed by a more pastoral end with a few changes in this area. Here's a magic marker rendering of the same scene. Again, cityscape blending towards a waterfront. And again, some changes that were made later in this more pastoral end. This end of the right-hand module leads eventually to a large loop module. Again, here's a perspective I did showing some of those qualities. And again, the same drawing, the same perspective here, only rendered once again in magic marker. I began by doing a series of measurements of the existing modules and developed a set of drawings that would allow me to do these end plates, if you will, with alignment pins, which is the technology that we use in our European layout. Now, as this words say, the copy on the right, Baltic birch is essentially my preferred material. We see here various thicknesses from 1/8 of an inch through 5/8. Unfortunately, I did not have a sample of 1/4 inch at the time I took the photograph. And I should mention that Baltic birch, it comes, as I say, in an unusual size. The standard size of Baltic birch is 60 inches square, or 5 feet square. Luckily, a local small lumber yard here cuts that for craft use, as they call it. The other material I use in lightweight construction, we're all familiar with. There's nothing new here. It's extruded foam, as opposed to the white bead foam, which is expanded, steam expanded beads. I prefer the the extruded foam, since it carves easier, it shapes easier, I tend to carve or shape a lot of sections using a bandsaw, so they're all pre-cut before I put them down, and just requiring further shaping and such in the course of building one of these structures. One of the tools I use that I use almost extensively with the construction of model railroad material, either permanent layouts or the portable ones, is a pneumatic narrow crown stapler. There are various lengths available, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. I tend to use 3 different sizes, either 3/4 of an inch, 1 inch, or 1 1/4 inch. And on the right, you can see the narrow crown is essentially a 1/4 inch across the top. I find this especially useful in materials like 1/8 inch plywood, since 1/8 inch plywood would pull through ordinary nails. And speaking of nails or things of that nature, one of the additional types of material I use, or actually fasteners that I use, is the brad nailer. In this case, it's a pneumatic brad nailer. These are available in electric models as well, but mine happens to be air powered. Again, 3/4 inch, 1 inch, and 1 1/8. This is very useful, I find, in when I was constructing my own home layout, or when I do any of these layouts we build professionally, or in the case of these structures, the portable European modules. So let's look a little bit at the basic module construction that I use for this. I've modified the techniques I've used over many years, having built, at this point, about 40 or 50 modules for different groups and different applications. In this case, the end panels that come together, the end plates, if you will, that form the interstices between the different modules, I use 5/8. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, I first do a complete layout, track center lines, and so on. I mark on the right side of your screen, I'm circling areas that were set up for the alignment pin areas. And this opening in the center has no other purpose except to eliminate weight. Not necessary, so that was cut out. Another one of the things that I do when building a portable model railroad segment or module that I don't always do on permanent layouts is I use a small router, or in this case, a laminate trimmer with a rounding over bit to round all surfaces. I've, over the years, gotten enough splinters from moving modules that I try to soften everything possible. Here on the, close to the center line of your screen at the moment, is an alignment jig that I use with a laminate trimmer with a 1/2 inch bit with a bearing, so that I can route a pocket a little larger than an alignment plate, so that there's some adjustability once I put them together. Down on the lower right here are 2 end plates, and you can see, once again, in these, they have the alignment plates, a pin on one side, the hole on the other, that are keep things well organized when we put these together. And here I've started the construction once again. Instead of using a solid fascia, I've got a framework consisting of a top chord of 1/4 inch Baltic birch, a bottom one of 1/4 inch Baltic birch. There's a step on this side because there was a water feature going in here. And then the verticals, actually, they're all in compression, so they don't need a lot of strength. I used Western red cedar. It happened to be a painted fascia panel, so they come out looking gray, but Again, they're all in compression. I don't need the strength of anything stronger than cedar in that case, and it's lightweight. Here's the fascia being put on. Again, this is 1/8 of an inch Baltic birch, easily bent to the curve of the form. And again, you can see not only is yellow glue used, or carpenter's glue used extensively here, but you can see the heads of the various staples that secure the panel along the way, plus the clamps. You can never own too many clamps if you're doing woodworking of any kind. Here's another look at that same frame. Now, because this is lightweight construction and portable, and since a lot of the top surface would be foam, to prevent any kind of racking, I installed a cross member, as you can see here, in the center of each of the 3 modules. And once again, here's both the fascia in this area being applied, and you can see I've integrated the rear fascia actually with the skyboard behind it. And here's another view of the construction a little further along. Here you can see a skyboard and the module sitting outside with some framing along it. These holes were simply to facilitate putting a clamp through to clamp the surface at each location. Even though, again, kind of belts and suspenders, I did use the stapler as well. Just a few more details here. I just like to clean everything up. So even the bottom flange, which is shown here in the upside down position, the bottom facing up, any nicks, any rough areas were bondoed and sanded out so that when you lifted and moved these things, once again, you wouldn't get splinters. All edges are eased either with sandpaper or with a router with a 1/8 inch roundover bit. A little further distancing. This module shown here with the almost full top covering is a little unusual. This is the center module, and it is the module that has the major water feature. And so in this case, a 1/4 inch plywood was put down over the majority of the surface. And again, here you can see on this module, the cross members and just holes drilled to facilitate pulling wire and so on. Stepping along a little bit, again, as you can see, the track is actually supported only as necessary. And in this case, the sub road bed is 3/8 of an inch ply. Once again, plywood is more stable than solid lumber, and you can usually reduce the thickness using, in this case, instead of 3/4 inch solid lumber, it's 3/8 of an inch, but there is a reinforcement under these in most places. This section on the right is simply laid out to do the first track test, get some indication of where the track would go, and then cut away what isn't necessary. In fact, here it is as you start to refine the track plan and install track. This is all following the cursor on the screen. This is all 3/8 ply. A little bit of a cookie cutter approach here, wherein as the track has to get down to the level required for the ferry, that was cut and lowered and pressed down. Now, if we look under this, This is a major rib that was installed. Again, this is 1/4 inch material, 3/8 inch here for the sub-road bed, and 1/4 inch for this long girder, if you will, the tapers at the end, cutting away anything that wasn't required and reducing weight. Holes drilled, both for lightness and for ease of pulling the various wiring issues. I've also, at this point, and it's funny when you build something like this, after doing a lot of woodworking, you start to get bored. You want to change, so I decided it was time to do the skyboard. A little early, but it gave me a break from doing some of the other tasks and let me get back to the others a little more refreshed. Here's another view of that same girder system. And here we're looking from the first module on the left down through the center towards the one on the right. I've begun blocking out, again, wherever possible, as you can see up here on the upper left, reduce weight by simply using a hole saw and a drill press and just boring holes everywhere necessary to get rid of material. In the case of this piece of solid stock back here, however, that's cedar. And it's so light that it didn't need boring. It's just, again, it's in compression and not tension. Here we're a little further along in the construction. This quay over here, are actually the landing for the rail ferry, is a piece of foam around which I've got some molds for stonework, and the stonework was wrapped around this particular apron lift. I found a picture of one from about 1865 in Scotland, and did a scale drawing to produce that. This entire key here, again, is a piece of foam, simply dressed up with some scribed basswood and stonework. And here's that section we looked at a little earlier. This is where I'd originally lowered it down. I should mention that the European train enthusiasts, their layout is basically a Märklin layout, and the little dots, those of you who are familiar with that system, the little dots in the center of each tie essentially are a third rail. They are conductive, however, since we had agreed, we meaning members of the European train enthusiasts had agreed, the port will be operated completely independently of the main layout it shows. At this point here, where I'm crossing the track with my cursor, the Märklin C track, as it's known, ends, and the rest of this track is 2-rail DCC. And while we're looking at this, you'll see some of the foam techniques. Again, much of this is cut on the bandsaw and then installed. My preferred method of installing foam on wood is latex safe construction adhesive that won't eat into the foam. And we can talk a little bit about this material in brown here, where joints would show or transitions are difficult. This is actually tinted spackle. And here it is. I get an ordinary can of pre-mixed vinyl spackling. And then using, if you've never used these are really very useful, cement colors. These boxes, I don't have anything to show scale, but these boxes are about maybe 4.5 inches high by 1.5 by 3. They're really very small, and some of the colors I use are out front. I bought those boxes 25 years ago, and I have yet to run out of the color. It takes very little to tint an entire container of spackling. And then, if for some reason, and again, this is an issue with show modules, if there is any chipping, you don't have white showing through. Here we see the underside of one of the modules. This is this piece of plywood in this area is the basis for a small cove off the main harbor. Again, you can see the use of foam for most of the upper surface, with the exception of the cove and the sub roadbed. We're talking foam and lightweight plywood as the primary construction materials. This is a look at the other module, the one that leads down to the harbor. Again, foam. You can even see some foam blocks here that serve as spacers. Here is that girder system. And again, all the sub roadbed is 3/8. Pretty much everything else is either 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch Baltic birch. We come to the leg assemblies. Because it is a portable module, we need folding leg assemblies. Here I use solid materials primarily for the legs. Again, I prefer birch. I prefer poplar over pine. And the legs are essentially 1.125 inches square poplar, tapered at the bottom, and each one using a small jig and a router, get a notch and a half lap shown up here on the upper left. And of course, nothing new about T-nuts and levelers. That's pretty much standard. But here you can see the bottom of the leg. It does taper, so it's 1 1/8 by about, I think it's a 3/4 in the other dimension. The spreaders or stretchers for the legs are 3/8 Baltic birch. And again, those are either let into a half lap at the top or into this routed pocket or mortise, if you will, on this side. Again, everything's softened with a round over bit. I tend to use my laminate trimmer, which is much smaller and lighter in weight than even a small router, and just I round off everything in sight, including the holes. And here's a set of completed leg assemblies, 2 sets of them. Now, the method that I generally use for leg assemblies is a 1/4 20 hex head bolt into a T-nut on the backside of a plywood. So here we have a plywood panel with a cedar stopping block. If you're looking at, it's not part of the real discussion on lightweight construction, but if you're looking at this panel, the ET uses a 10 connector system from module to module to carry signal, low voltage power for lighting, and both the data and mains bus. And that's what you see here. And this gray cable along the bottom is in fact the main power cable and data cable from module to module. Here's a leg fitted into position, hex bolt, lock washer, and so as the legs swing down, they come around this way and connect, bump up against that stop. There are the stops, and here are the legs in folded position. And here we're looking at the backs of the modules just to give you some indication of what's going on back there. But this is the way the backs of all three modules. Again, that's 1/8" ply with a 1/4" cap and some small triangles of cedar to stabilize it, plus some end framing. I should mention that our modules latch together with over-center latches. This is a Southco over-center latch and a small pocket up front. And here's the Southco. It's a polycarbonate draw latch. The advantage of this particular draw latch is this collar on the back. You can adjust the tension by threading this collar one way or the other. Here we are building the hillside town that mates with an existing module that is a cityscape. Again, European flavor. In this case, I'm using this is non-structural, so I'm using some 1/4" Luan plywood as the road base, the street base. But again, building on a hillside, as they would have done years ago. Today, we bring in excavation equipment and modify the earth to its almost unrecognizable state. We mow down hills. Years ago, they didn't do that. They would build up masonry or a base to put a building on. And here's some roadbed. Now, this cobblestone that I'm putting down happens to be from Cooch Enterprises, and that's the material that I've used. You can see the beginnings of a foundation under a structure in the background. And here we're getting a little further along. Once again, more structures, constantly checking for level. It's hard to see, but even these two buildings, this dual structure, has a concrete base under it. Again, modifying the terrain by cutting, notching, building up platforms, as you see down here on the lower left. In this case, this particular building also has a ramp that goes up from the back area of the building to street level. That is, once again, foam, extruded polystyrene foam with spackle. And in this case, I decided to indicate how parging, which is coating that's frequently put over stonework, how the parging has flaked away. And using a little bit in a Dremel, I carved a hole, put in some cast plaster stonework, and then basically puttied it up, if you will, with vinyl spackle. You can see it down here on the lower right in a more finished state. Again, one of the issues is making sure that the base is completely level. Again, foam, some spackle, and in this case, to represent a weathered concrete look, I've only used a little bit of spackle. Mostly is the raw foam, and the gray you see is, I believe that was gray colored caulk, vinyl caulk, to adhere the concrete base. And this piece of foam on this side is the beginnings of shaping the road structure. Getting a little bit closer, once again, putting in a base under this building. I miscalculated. You'll see a couple of toothpicks here. It was slightly out of plumb. That's since been filled, but shimmed up with a couple of toothpicks. And this particular base is, again, stonework out of some molds that I have for the base of that building. And looking down on the little town square, more buildings fitted in. This particular steep road is simply set there at the moment. It's not in place until such time as I can do the final alignment of the track with its adjoining module, and then that'll be put in place. Here's a little longer view of the three modules as they're coming along. In fact, this is an earlier view. That building that you just saw is not here, nor is the roadway at that point. But the harbor is starting to develop. This is sort of an aerial view from my loft. Looking down once again on that same track work. This is, as I said, all this, the little yard here and the feeder tracks to both the quay and the apron, the ferry apron. That's all two-rail DCC. Pico turnout here with, I think this is a Shinohara, no, I'm sorry, a Walters double slip, and microengineering track. Just a little close up. One of the things that you have to be careful of, or I'm careful of, when I do a module that has a water feature, if the water feature spans more than one module, you have to find a way to hide that joint. And so I'm using a series of pilings and some bulkheads and landforms and so on to do that. Here's another view. And again, at this point, until such time as I've had a chance to set this up with the main layout and verify the signaling, the stopping blocks and all of that, the track, which Märklin track is screwed down with very, very small, very fine screws. And I've left it unballasted, unballasted at this point, so that if necessary, I can pull it up. It'll be ballasted at the very last moment. And here also you're seeing the beginnings of the catenary going in. Here's that long multi-arch bridge over the back of the harbor, and the beginnings of some scenic painting on the background. Water in the harbor. Here's the painting of the water in the harbor. Again, the material used was your Michael's Craft Store acrylics, black, white, Payne's gray, forest green. The technique I use here is heavily water focused. By that I mean raw paint, not blended paint, is put down on the surface and then sprayed with wet water and swirled and moved around till it looks appropriate, and then allowed to dry. Matter of fact, so much water, as you can see, it begins to run off the front edge of the layout. The water surface itself is Envirotex Light, tinted with a little bit of Tamiya blue and a touch of Coach green, again, because it's a harbor. In general, I never use the actual paint color blue on any water feature close to land, because it's simply not that color. You don't get the blue water look till you're pretty far offshore. Here's the pouring. You'll see along the front edge a double line of frog tape, the green heavy-duty painters tape, and the first pouring of, not first pouring, the only pouring of Envirotex Light. I texture Envirotex Light by choosing a wind direction and using a palette knife. I stroke on gloss medium gel. Most of us are familiar with gloss medium. Gloss medium gel is well, gloss medium, first of all, as you know, is like the consistency of milk. It's white and thin and dries clear. Gloss medium gel is the consistency of toothpaste. it dries mostly clear. And when I say mostly clear, it's advantageous in this regard because sometimes the little ridges, and you'll see them running through the back here, the little ridges are a little cloudy like real waves or small wavelets. And then I just touch the surface here and there with a little white acrylic paint. The stonework along this side is carved foam, the gray stonework. The brickwork was carved from plaster of Paris. And these, after doing some research, I learned that the Dutch don't use round tree-like logs for their pilings. They're actually squared and tapered. Here's the gloss gel, a Liquitex product from, in this case, I think Michael's. Here we see the same location from a different angle. You can see the little waveforms a little better. Also, the thickness of the Envirotex, which is about 3/16 thick, and some small European boats. This one's embedded in a fresh coat of gloss medium gel as an adhesive. Hasn't dried yet. Another view of the same technique after the gel. You can see the ripples in the water. And again, here it is from a different angle after a little bit of white has been touched on. And there again is that multi-arch bridge in the background. That's 8 separate single track keybree kits that were fastened with a piece of timber or wood down underneath the center to take the catenary. Another view of it. This particular single rail ferry is a Dutch kit. It's from Architect in Holland. It's a resin kit. Here are a couple of weathered, typical Dutch goods wagons, as they're known. They're not called box cars, they're goods wagons. And this symbol is the Dutch railway symbol, or logo, I should say. Little 500, 600 series shunter used for the port. And the other shunter in the port is this small little 060 steam locomotive. Another shot of the general ground cover and such, and a little European, or in this case, DB, Deutsche Bundesbahn, German hopper car. In researching some of this, I discovered that frequently they use concrete end-of-track abutments. And so these were carved again from polyurethane foam. There used to be a product that Micromark sold called balsa foam. I don't think they carry it anymore, but I have some pieces of that. I also have some, and this could be something you could look for if you need a hard foam, something that will really take a good edge. There is a type of foam that is used by sign carving companies. Almost nobody carves in wood anymore. Almost all the carved wood signs you see are actually very dense polyurethane foam. And that's what was used in this case, with a end bumpers over here on the right stolen off of a goods wagon. Another view of that, a few more buildings in, and another base over here with a walk ramp to the back door. Let's take a walk here.
So just to review, we'll take a little tour with a handheld camera. Again, these 3 modules for the ETE are not complete. You'll notice there's no ballast down yet. That's going to wait until such time as we have all the track work proved out in terms of signals and stopping blocks and such. This end, of course, is designed to blend with the cityscape of an existing module. It's the more built-up section. Take a look at it back here. And as we pan towards the center module, we see the small fishing cove. And then we transition to the center module. You can see one of the over center latches down here that hold the modules together. And the harbor section in the middle with the long multi-arch bridge that was constructed by kit bashing 8 Keebrig kits. And here we have the little single track rail ferry. That's a Dutch kit. In fact, the general flavor of all of this is Dutch. If you look closely, you'll see the name Bloementalense on that building. Here's the little yard set up for the harbor itself. And down to this end, turn around, and we can look back along the entire 3 modules. Most of the catenary is in. I'm waiting some more before I finish.
And that's the end of the presentation itself. At this point, if there are any questions, we'd be glad to take them under consideration and answer them if I can.
Okay, we do have some questions for you, Justin. Quite a few good questions. There were a couple of people that watched that had questions about standards for your modules. The one question was really about, let's see, does the European trained enthusiasts have their own standards for the modules, or are you following a European FREMO standard? And if the ETE does have its own standards, are you going to publish a new standard based on this work? And if not, will you? And are the end plate specifications the same as they were previously?
Well, complicated question. Let's start at the beginning. The European train enthusiasts have a set of standards that were probably developed, I'm going to guess, 20, 25 years ago. I joined the group about 18 years ago, and those were already in place. They specify the overall length in the national standards. The modules are 150 centimeters long and 61 centimeters deep, front to back. That equates to roughly a 2 foot deep by 5 foot long module. It specifies the height, the length of the legs and the height of the rail above the floor level. There are quite a bit of information about that. All of the original modules in the chapter that I belong to, which is the northeastern chapter of the European train enthusiasts, those modules were all built to the original standards. Over the years, the northeastern chapter has developed some independent standards. All the widths are exactly the same on the basic modules, but we have a couple of loop modules that are different in size and so on. It was my intent to break out of the rectangle of a modular building so that the entire layout, when assembled, would be a little more sinuous and more interesting for the public. But those, yeah, if you were to Google or do an online search in any form of the European train enthusiasts and go to module specifications, you'll see quite a bit of information about that.
Okay. All right. Somebody had mentioned that the modules look very deep from the track level to the bottoms. How did you decide the size? And that might be based on the standards. And do you stack? And the second part of that question is, do you stack the modules for transportation?
Well, that's an interesting issue because we're in a state of flux on that subject. But I can tell you this: yes, I believe the NMRA standard is probably, I think it's 4 inches at the front or something like that for the NMRA modular HO modules. The European measurements come out closer to 9 inches, um, which makes it easier to do things like put that reinforcing strut I put under things, also fold the legs up inside and so on. So that dimension at the front of the front fascia is in fact 9 inches, 9 inches deep. As far as transportation is concerned, we have a very large four-wheel trailer that at up until about a month ago had plywood cubbies, if you will, built into it. And we carried each module up a ramp and put it in its specific cubby hole. We are changing that technology. We've already gutted the trailer. So we're taking advantage of the fact that there are no model railroad shows this year, last year, and most of this year. So we have gutted the trailer and we are having rolling racks built that will take each, I think, three modules in any rack, and some of the smaller modules four in a rack, and we will roll those in.
Okay. What is the module height from the floor, and what is the weight of a typical module?
Well, that's a question. These modules, the heaviest module in the set of 3 that I built is the center one, because one of the drawbacks of Envirotex is it is heavy. And even at 3/16 of an inch thick, that added about 4 pounds to the weight of the module. They average about 22 pounds a piece. The modules they replace weigh as much as 46 and 48 pounds a piece. They're rather heavy. The distance, the rail distance from the floor, be honest with you, I can't remember right now. I'm not sure. At the moment, I've got these set on sawhorses. I've only finished the legs on the first module, but I believe the height to the rail is close to 42 inches.
Okay. Okay. One of the viewers mentioned that they're starting an N-scale layout by first building a portable modules using waffle-based construction like Speedmo or Switching and Sipping Society of North Carolina. Have you taken a look at any of those techniques for building modules?
I built modules a number of different ways. The ETE is only one of the groups I belong to. I'm a co-founder of the NBRN, the Narragansett Bay Railway and Navigation Company, which we first built our first modules, I think, in 1999. They are plywood sides, and the only surface that that is on top is 2 inches of foam. They on the longer modules, I've used that construction to build a 10-foot long one-piece yard. That is a module. It's a one piece we take to shows, and that does have a couple of quarter-inch cross members. Basically, the system that I've used in the past is, I call it an L girder system. The front fascia, and in the case of that system, it's only 4 inches deep. The front fascia has a lower 1.5 inch by quarter-inch L-shaped frame at the bottom, and that forms a bit of a girder, and it is directly glued to 2 inches of foam for the entire top surface. Track is laid on, in that system, track is laid on vinyl road bed from Hobby Innovations flex bed, and that is laid directly on the foam.
Okay. All right. Well, we have 2 questions that are related to interconnecting the modules. First is intermodule connection done using patch cables? And the second question is, how do you span modules with the catenary?
Oh, that we put the catenary in after we set the modules up. We have dedicated if you were to go to the Sommerfeld catalog, which is in our opinion the best catenary available, Sommerfeld. They sell catenary from a length of I think it's roughly 240 millimeters long to 360. We use the shortest length to determine where the first catenary starts, so we can put fairly standard pieces in at the junctures. So we put them in at the beginning of a show, and we take them out at the end and put them in a box.
Okay. Okay. Two questions related to parts. Do you have a screw size for securing your track? And the second is, do you have a part number for the latch?
I do not have it in front of me, but yes, if somebody would like to get that information to me, I'd be glad to share my phone number and my mailing address, or email address would be the easiest thing. I can be contacted at Pennywhistle, PENNY WHISTLE, Pennywhistle at Full Channel, FULLCHANNEL.net. That's Pennywhistle at fullchannel.net. I will dig out that information. I've used them for a number of years. Then, as I say, I think they're about the best over center latches available right now.
Okay. How about the screw sizes for securing your track?
I really can't tell you that, but I would guess. And the reason I can't tell you that is Märklin sells the screws. You buy a box, and the box is probably no more than about 1.25 inches high by 1 inch the other way. And I think there's 100 screws in there. My guess would be it's under, in English sizes, it's under number 4.
Okay.
So it might be, it's their metric. My guess is they would equate to something like a number 3 by about 3/4 of an inch long. So Märklin, and the way the Märklin track is designed, the screws are blackened, or I should say grayed, because when you run that screw down in the pre-molded hole, they're almost invisible. They're very well engineered.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think those were all the questions that I've seen come through on the chats. But you know what? One of the problems you had with your presentation is that you kind of gave us a teaser on all of the great scenery and structures on your modules. And I'm just thinking that maybe down the road, it might be worth, having you come back and give us a little tour of what the ETE is all about.
I would love to do that. And I would say what we do every year, and this year it's especially important with the general shutdown of everything. Every year we rent a space, and since this layout, this modular layout lives in a trailer, every year we rent a location and set up everything and fine tune it, make any repairs that invariably need to be made after doing a number of shows. And once we have that set up, which should be somewhere in the June time frame, I will take it I'll do a much better tutorial or explanation of the ETE layout.
Oh, that'd be perfect. I look forward to seeing it again. Thank you again very much, Justin. It was a great presentation, a lot of great questions, and I think everybody enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Justin, for showing us techniques for lightweight modules that anyone in this hobby can use. Next up is the final roundtable discussion. The topic of this discussion is the NMRA Achievement Program. This discussion will be led by Master Model Railroader from the Central New York Division. He is the Achievement Program Chairman for the Northeastern region. He is also the NMRA National Contest Chairman, responsible for organizing the model contest at the NMRA National Conventions. Let's welcome Bill Brown.
Hey, thanks, Chuck. Really appreciate it. I want to welcome everybody, and I want to thank everybody for sending all the questions that we got yesterday after my presentation. And I also want to thank everybody for all of the very positive vibes that you sent along to me about the presentation. A lot of you, I think, thought it was very valuable, and hopefully it can help you in your quest within this program. We've got a very distinguished panel with us here today. You're very lucky to have the expertise that you have in front of you on the screen here. I want to introduce them to you very briefly, and then we'll get into the questions because we got a lot of them to answer. So we're going to try and be as brief and less talkative about each one as possible so we can get through as many as possible. First on your screen, you see Frank Koch. Frank is the overall worldwide manager of the NMRA's Achievement Program. He's been involved in AP since 1983 in one way or another, and he approves all of the statements of qualification forms that come in from all of us regions. He issues the certificates. He resolves all issues and questions that might escalate to the national level. He's also the NMRA's chief financial officer and the manager of the headquarters staff. So welcome to Frank. We also have on the screen in front of you Bob Ham, MMR. Bob is a long-time HON3 modeler of the Denver and Rio Grande Western and the Rio Grande Southern. He's an NMRA member that was contest chair of the national for 20 years, and the Northeastern region, the Northeastern region and the national for some 20 years. So welcome to Bob Ham. Ed O'Rourke, our newest MMR on the screen here, is a retired music teacher from Syracuse, New York, who models the New Haven Railroad in HO scale, and he just received his MMR in February. So congratulations to him on that. Tom Oxnard, in front of you, MMR, lives in New Hampshire and models the Boston and Maine Railroad, which he started in 1996. He joined the NMRA in 98, received his MMR in 2015, has 10 of the certificates, and he's the AP co-chair for the Seacoast division here in the NER. We welcome Jim Gore with us, a very new member of the Northeastern region, but a very old, I mean that lovingly, Jim, member of the National Model Railroad Association. He recently moved to New Hampshire from Florida and joined the Seacoast Division after 30 years of being in Florida, where he was a regional AP chair for 7 years. Jim models a fictional railroad in northern New Mexico in ON30. He's also the manager for the national program for modeling with the masters, which hopefully some of you are familiar with. So with that, Chuck introduced me, so I don't think I needed to introduce myself. The first thing that I want to say before we get into some of the questions is that I misspoke, and it was pointed out to me in one part of my presentation yesterday, and it has to do with the association official part. I want to clarify that only voting members of the region board at the division level are eligible to submit under association official. Now in the NER now, all the superintendents or their designee are eligible to submit for points within that category association official. Any of the other elected officials in divisions who are not on the board, voting members of the NER board, they submit under the volunteer program. Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear. I think I misspoke yesterday, which is amazing for me to go 1 hour and only misspeak once. You're awful lucky, folks, let me tell you.
Hey, Bob, just a nit on that. some of the regions, the superintendents are not voting members of the region board, but they are still eligible for official. There are very few of them, but in most cases, you're correct.
Okay. I want to get to our first question. The first one is from my ex good friend, Rich Walls. I say ex because his question was, how much hair did you have, Bill, when your wife agreed to marry you? Good question, Rich. I can say that I've aged much less gracefully than my lovely wife, and those of you that know her will agree with that 100%. So
Judy,
anyway.
he only got 87.5% on Judy's scale. So
well, she's a 125 for me, let me tell you
there
that.
you go.
All right. So first, we're going to talk about the first series of questions. We're talking about scratch building, the category of scratch building. And the first question is, a model's considered scratch build if 90% of the parts are scratch built. And there are excluded items, the commercial items that you might use to build that are excluded from that 90%. So the question is, what's the best way to keep track of the number of parts used in the model, and what formula is used to calculate that number to give the 15 points in that particular realm of judging? So I'm going to ask my panel, if you have a good answer, give me a hand. We're going to raise our hand like we're in school. Who wants to be the first one to address that question? No one. There we go. Ed, go ahead.
Well, you on the sheet that you fill out for your model, you list all the parts that you have in the model, and so it's pretty easy. And you say whether they're commercial or whether they're parts that you scratch built. So that gives you a pretty good indicator. We don't count them up, put them into a calculator and divide and whatever, and say, it was only 89%, so that one's not going to make it. It's up to the judges have some discretion in looking at that a bit.
Bob?
Got to unmute yourself, Bob.
Unmute yourself, Bob. He was the one with all the noise behind him. I think that's why he muted himself. He had to quiet down that family there.
There
There we go. Down there. There are two aspects here. One mentioned 15 points in the scratch built category. That is a different thing than the qualification for scratch built in the AP. If you count the parts on your model, for example, if you build a flat car and have put individual boards for the top of the flat car, each one of those boards is a piece that you have cut and added to the model. The brake staff, if you've added that, and the wheel on top may very likely be commercial, so that would not be scratch built. The rod going up probably would be. That is cut from a simple one. It is cut from a piece of basic stock, and so on. So count it up. For judging a model in contest or at home assessment, non-contest, we look at the percentage of the model that is actually built from scratch. And the AP guidelines give additional guidance there for several different types of models, structures, locomotives, etc. So it is more or less the percentage that is scratch built. But for AP, it is a different thing, and you need to have 90% of the parts that go into that model be from basic parts or scratch built.
Okay, Tom, you wanted to say something real quick, and then we'll move on?
I think it's a great question that we all struggle with. And as an example, if you're scratch building a motive power locomotive and you have hundreds of scratch built parts involved, but then you have dozens of louvers that you're putting on, are those dozens of louvers taking away from your percentage, or are they considered one package of louvers? So I think it's something we definitely struggle with, and try to decide at that moment.
Yep, I think that Ed made a good point at the beginning. I said it's kind of a subjective type thing, the person that's judging it. We always try to give the modeler the benefit of the doubt if we can, if it's close. I think we all do that. But again, just to put the finishing touch on this, if you believe you took a whole bunch of parts that you found and put together, it's scratch built. If you started with a kit and tore some things off of it, then maybe it's not so much scratch built. And that's probably a way that we want to leave this. Tom mentioned locos, and let me mention this other question first, because I have a very simple answer for this one. It was asked, when installing a brake system on a car, you'll likely need sections of chain for the handbrake line, but chain is not listed as one of the excluded items. And my answer to that is yes, it is, because it says basic shape of metal. And I would consider, a chain, a commercial chain, a basic shape of metal, so it is excluded. I'm gonna push this question to Tom, because he is just a fabulous scratch builder of locomotives. He just completed a few that he won awards for. This one talks about how much of the drive and chassis can be, let's see, how much of the loco needs to be scratch built. Is a commercially available assembly of the motor, gearbox, drive, wheels, components, so forth and so on, purchased individually and then pieced together? How does that all, enter into the equation? So Tom, why don't you give us your perspective on that?
Again, a great question, and that's why I left this category to be my last AP certificate, because I couldn't figure that out at all myself. But once you break it down, you just have to realize the only thing, and read the NMRA rules, the only thing you can use is the motor, the gears, and the trucks. And so you can't use the chassis, you can't use the drivetrain. You're taking these parts or buying them separately, and you have to make your own chassis and your own drivetrain. And maybe I should mention that I have an article on my scratch built engine coming out next month in the NMRA magazine. It goes over all that, and hopefully what I've talked about, I'm trying to let everybody use for any diesel, any locomotive that they can put together. But it's the chassis and the drivetrain that you're going to buy parts for or make, and it's quite doable.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. The next question that was submitted: how is an MMR mentor selected? And I know, Jim Gore, you mentioned to me you might have a pretty good answer for this.
Well, I think in most cases, a mentor probably seeks you out as somebody who has good potential in a certain category and is perfectly willing to help you do that. When you sign that certificate to become a master model railroader, you agree to help and mentor other people towards becoming a master model railroader. So just about everyone that I know is willing to help you out. But it's a situation where you seek somebody out as much as they seek you out, and it becomes a mutual agreement. In my case, for example, when I moved to Florida some 30 years ago, a guy by the name of Jim Beatty started pushing me along towards becoming a master model railroader. And then another guy here in the Mechanics, a guy named Bob Ham, started handing me as well. And so I had quite a few people helping me out and pushing me towards that and offering advice, and it was much appreciated. So it's something that's a mutual kind of thing. There's no divisional AP chair who assigns a mentor to you or something like that. You join a division and you'll find somebody who will be a master model railroader, and they'll be able to help you out. So that's as far as it needs to go.
Very good. I think it goes without saying that people should contact their own division AP chair first for some advice on this question once you start the process. And I would think that any MMR within your division, as part of being an MMR, they would welcome the opportunity to help mentor you through the process. So I think the place to start, again, as in a lot of cases, would be your local AP chair in your division.
Well, I think the other point of that is to find someone with whom you feel comfortable discussing where you are in your journey and who is then willing to help you along that journey. And you have to be willing to accept their, if you will, comments and criticisms and encouragement as you take that journey. And as everyone has said, virtually anyone in the NMRA is willing to help you in any way they can to achieve your goals. So don't be held back.
Very good. All right, our next question. It was stated by someone, there's an older video regarding how AP certificates are scored. It's very informative, but I'm wondering if an updated video should be done. I'd like to know the panel's thoughts on this. Is there a perspective from anyone on this?
I'll accept anybody who wants to volunteer to put it together. The one we have is excellent. It's still appropriate. I think Bob did it.
I'm sorry.
Well, if Bob
I think
did,
you did didn't you do the video on judging?
I'm sorry.
Didn't you do the video on judging?
Video? I did a clinic.
Right. Okay.
We'll
look
that's
into
what
it.
you're referring to? Kind of?
Yes.
Oh.
well, I know a big part of my presentation yesterday was about judging and looking at the matrices that were created by Bob Ham as a result of ones that Frank had on the, in the AP program. They're very similar. So I think that's a good start for people, because what we did yesterday is going to be on YouTube, so it's a good start. Frank, you wanted to say something?
No, just this is a good suggestion, and we'll look into it. The AP group will look into it, and we'll see if we can't get an updated version of that.
Well,
Yep.
but again, work with the people in your division and in your region. They're the people who know you and know your modeling and are nearby. If you have questions, ask somebody. Don't be afraid to ask.
Okay.
Bill.
Yes.
I think the NMRA has such great literature out there, so many great articles that you can get into, and these are all listed in the AP section. All these great articles and the whole judging, how you judge. Yes, a video would be nice, but extra work for somebody. But there's so much good literature out there that talks about it.
I think Tom raises a great point, and I think Frank, in his emails back and forth to me, pointed this out, that most of the questions that we did the NMRA website in the AP section. So that, we're not saying, hey, forget it, just go read it. Because what we're doing here today, I think, is very good, because sometimes people want to hear it in a little different way. But Frank makes a great point that just about any of the questions that people asked are there in print, and they can find a pretty good answer for it. Next question here says, I think the national director, regional director, and division chair for AP should be required to give a clinic on the program at each division once a year. Do you think it's feasible to do this? All right, now I'm going to answer this. I think it would be a great idea. My region that I'm responsible for, the NER, is about 1,000 miles from one end to the other, like the south east to the northwest, and it includes 12 divisions. I've made an AP presentation to probably 4 or 5 of the divisions already that are within kind of a driving distance from me. It was once said when I was on the NER board that me as the representative, I was a New York State representative, that a representative should go to all the different meetings around, which they all meet about 5 or 6 times a year, and to ask a volunteer in an organization to attend what would have been 15 or 20 meetings a year, driving anywhere from 4 to 10 hours to get to those meetings, I think is a little bit ludicrous, because again, we all are volunteers. Having said that, the pandemic and the virtual meetings that we've all had has opened up a whole new door that was never opened, I believe. And I would give an AP presentation in the Northeastern region to any division virtually that would like one. And I think it's a really good way of doing it. So having said that, great idea. If we could do it any way we can. Okay.
Bill.
Yeah, Frank.
I think that's right on. This is a great question and a great suggestion. I know every year at the national convention, there's a clinic at every one of them by the national contest director in terms of how to evaluate models, how to judge models. There's generally a clinic in some, yeah, right. There's generally some clinic on the AP at all the national conventions. I'm in the mid-central region, and generally at our conventions, our regional conventions, we have the same sort of thing. There's the contest chair runs a clinic on judging and assessing models, which applies to both contest and AP. There's generally some clinic on AP, and in the divisions, like you, I've been around the mid-central region. We have 12 divisions also, and I've probably done, every one of them in the last 5 years. And in fact, just an hour ago, I did one for my division. But talk to your local division program chairman and your AP chair in your division and ask them to do a clinic, and they'll do it, I'm sure.
Absolutely. All right, next question that I received. I'd like to see maybe in the e-bulletin nationally, or even better, a standalone communication from the national dedicated to the AP. It should contain articles highlighting certificates earned from all regions, articles from those who earn certificates from local and regional AP chairs, and from judges on their experiences. I think there should be a scoring area which differs certificates and merits are explained, and using actual scored examples. My quick answer to this, and some of you can chime in, is I read the bulletins that are out there. I read the NMRA magazine. All of these things have reports on the AP stories, almost in every issue on the AP. It tells who's won awards, who's all of that are in the things that are coming out from the NMRA already. So I'm not sure if there's another step that is necessary in my mind. And it talks about articles helping someone through this. Again, there are tons of them on the website under the AP section of master model railroaders in the past that have written great articles on how to get through some of this. Anybody else have an additional comment? Jim?
Yeah, not really, but we in the Sunshine region in Florida, we've done that, held an annual talk about the AP program. And I think just about every second or so regional publication has something about the AP, one way or another, how somebody did something, how somebody needs to do or improve something else. There's always some kind of commentary on the AP program in the regional publications. So if you don't receive them or subscribe to them, you're probably missing out on some information.
Bob, you got to unmute yourself first.
I was just going to say that looking for specific articles that maybe answer the questions that you have in your mind, it may be difficult to find that. And my suggestion is find someone in your division, find an MMR around, and almost all of us will bend over backwards to talk with you, to help you, to encourage you. Unlike the fisherman who won't tell you where he caught the big one, once you start a model railroader going, especially one who's an MMR, you might have a hard time shutting us up. Consider over here. He's a good example of that. And I myself have been known to talk quite a bit about the subject. me or my alter ego, Grant Cleveland, that's a different story. But find someone and let them mentor you a little bit. That kind of couples the mentoring along with answering the questions. Just a suggestion.
One reality is that if a member doesn't receive the NMRA magazine, then they will in fact miss out on a lot of this stuff, because every award, every certificate that's been awarded is listed in the magazine. Every MMR bio is listed in the magazine. They're also in the e-bulletin that comes out bi-monthly. And so the information is there. It's just, and the articles, as people have said continually online, we ran a 12-part series back about 8 or 9 years ago on each of the certificates. These were articles written by MMRs, and they're on the website. They were printed in the magazine, and some of them have even been updated. Well, one of the better ones, or actually they're all excellent, but one of the best ones in my mind is one written by Jerry Leone that talks about what I learned on my path to becoming an MMR. And so I urge people to go to the website and look. You have to search it out a bit, but it's all there in the AP section of the website.
Tom?
Bill, I think it still is a kind of a personal and individual journey that we go on, and trying to find these articles. And we all started as lone wolves, and trying to do this research. You can ask people and get suggestions, but really you're out there on the internet and you're trying to search these articles and the great historical societies that we have. There's a lot of sources out there, but you are going to do a lot of this on your own, and you can't, people can give you stuff, but a lot of it is on your own.
Very good. I will mention also another publication that is kind of recent, the last year or year and a half, 2 years, is the one that Paul Volcker does every few weeks, the turntable that comes out.
Turntable.
Yeah. A lot of great articles in the turntable as well. And I think that's one of the best things that's come out of the NMRA in a while. Very informative, with links to all kinds of videos that are helpful through this whole process. All right, the next question, I'm not even going to ask the question. I'm just going to turn to Frank, and he knows this is coming. Through this whole pandemic for the last year, we've been struggling with how to make these evaluations, the judging, in a different way other than showing up at a guy's house and maybe spreading the pandemic. So they've been going through a process of looking at virtual evaluations, and there's some good and bad to it. And maybe Frank can just give us the status of what has happened and where we are now with it.
Yeah, it's actually called distant evaluation, and we've been using it for over 5 years now. It started in the Pacific Northwest region because they extend all the way from Oregon all the way up to the northern tips of Alaska, and they needed a good way to evaluate models in Alaska without having to go to Alaska, although they actually did go to Alaska and spent 4 days evaluating models and railroads up there. But distant evaluation is a method by which we use either video, DVDs, or things recorded on a stick to make the assessments of a model. And basically, if I want one of my models evaluated, I talk to my division AP person, and we put together, if you will, a shooting script where my model will be viewed from a whole lot of different angles, and I will point out the areas that are called for in the requirements. And then a group of evaluators will look at that and make an assessment. Now, Bob Ham and Jim Gore and Pete Magoon and Carl Smay, and I think somebody else was part of that.
Fred Heaton.
Did something last year, I guess it was, on a model that Carl Smay in Florida built. I think it was a stamp mill. And they did it virtually. They were in multiple states. They did it via Zoom meeting. And then about 2 weeks later, a couple of them got together and actually did the evaluations then in person and found very close correlation. Now, you talked about the good and the bad, or the strong points and the weak points. We found that distant evaluation is highly dependent on the ability of the modeler to use technology to record the model. And the problem we have is that a lot of them just have a cell phone to do it, and cell phones don't always have good depth of field and good clarity, and so it becomes very difficult. The second is that it works very, very well for models that are clearly not merit quality and for models that are clearly above merit quality. So let's say models below 80 points and models above 95 points or so. But there are sometimes questions for those models that are in the 80 to 95 point range. Sometimes they are merit and sometimes they aren't. They'll require additional evaluation, perhaps some sort of additional video evaluation or some sort of in-person evaluation. And that's where we are. Every region is using it now, and it's working fairly well. Now, there's a second part to this whole thing, and that is what else have people done during the pandemic to do evaluations where they have to stay apart from each other? Actually, I gave a clinic last night to the region presidents, all 18 region presidents on this subject. And what people have done is, for example, in some places, they've done what's called tailgate evaluations, where they'll get together in a parking lot and the people will put their models on the tailgate, and then the evaluators will walk around and evaluate their models. Some have done it on picnic tables, if you will. They'll go to a big park somewhere and they'll put the models out on a table, and the evaluators and everybody will stay socially distanced, but they'll do the evaluations. I have access to a large auditorium, and we put tables up in the middle of the auditorium, and the modelers bring their models in one by one, put them on the table, then retire to the periphery of the room, and then the evaluators evaluate the models. And that's worked very well also. So we've made adaptations, and distant evaluation plus modified evaluations are working very well. As we move now towards more in-person meetings, or at least we hope we do over the next 6 months, I think we'll get somewhat back to normal, but we still have the people, for example, in Northeast region, you have the maritime provinces in your region. And so for Bill to go up to Nova Scotia is going to be very difficult from Jamesville. So we've used distant evaluation there to do scenery for one of your modelers. Mm-hmm. So it does work, and it's working fine. Again, work with your division AP person.
What I would say to all of our division chairs is we prefer in-person evaluations. Obviously, it's much more reliable. But if it's not possible because of the distance involved, or in the special circumstances we're in right now, we figure out a way to do that. Ed O'Rourke, who's here with us, who just became an MMR, his last evaluation that was done by the Central New York Division, which I'm one of the judges in, two of us showed up one day and he had a table set up in his garage with the models on it, with the garage door open, and it was a little windier than we wanted. Some of the paperwork blew around. Good thing the models didn't, but we kept our social distance. We were masked. We did the judging. We did separate paperwork. Each person took the paperwork home, scanned it, and emailed it to me. So there was, a very safe way of doing it. So there are ways of doing it, and we will get it done. We'll find out a way to get it done. Just work with your local AP manager.
There is one more small point, Bill, and that is that the modeler will probably the member will have to do a little bit better job on the paperwork, because you won't be able perhaps to do the in-person interactions that we normally do. And so you may have to be a bit more descriptive in terms of what you're doing, answer more questions, that sort of thing. But in the end, it all works out.
That's correct. We'll get it done. We're here to work with you. That's what I like to say. And
correct.
I think it's been my motto as I took over 8 years ago as the NER AP manager, is that I want to give the modeler the benefit of the doubt. I want to make them successful. Obviously, we're not going to gift the awards to them if they don't deserve them, but we're going to go out of our way to try to give the modeler the benefit of the doubt. All right, next question or next category here. Probably Frank's going to end up answering this a little bit too because he's involved with it. It involves new AP categories. I've heard this for years and years and years that what's the process of adding new categories to the achievement program, such as photography or something to that effect. So anyway, where are we with that?
Well, there is a process both for making changes to the AP requirements as well as adding new categories, and that is that somebody writes a proposal that comes up, if you will, in NER. It would come through you to me, and then I have a panel of MMRs and region AP managers who would consider it, debate the pros and cons, and then if we thought it had merit, we would take it to the NMRA Board of Directors for approval and adoption. Some of the areas that that people have suggested we would have one was photography, but that's covered by the author certificate already. And photography, if you think about it, is not really central to the hobby of model railroading. It's a tool we use to document what we've done. Some have proposed that we have a DCC certificate. Some have thought that we should have either a laser cut parts certificate, or most recently a 3D certificate, or one was layout design. Of course, layout design is covered by both civil and scenery. So we look at each of them as they come, as they're proposed, and make an assessment of whether it's covered by something current, or whether it might need a new category or a change to a current certificate. But there is a process, and we consider them all very seriously.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on. Again, our next kind of category where the questions came in talked about the author certificate. One question for the author certificate: many articles originally published in a division newsletter have been highlighted by Jim Zinser in the NMRA magazine's business car column, and then sometimes they're posted to the members only area of the NMRA website. The question is, how should the author account for this award towards their certificate? Is it considered national since it was on the national webpage, or does it count as a division where it was originally published? Jim?
As far as I know, that counts where it originally occurred as opposed to how it advanced along. It's pretty much that way in just about every kind of an evaluation of performance like that in just about any discipline. It's where it originated. That's where it counts. That's where you get the points from.
That was my interpretation of it as well.
Correct.
All right, the next question that was proposed, it has to do with this category as well. Does an online blog count as an electronic publication for the author certificate? Are there restrictions on blogs and guidelines on how to determine their point value? I think I read a response from someone, and I'll just give my interpretation of it, and then if I'm not reading this correctly, you can tell me. If it's a conversational blog where people are just shooting the breeze back and forth, it's really not considered an electronic publication. But if it's an instructional blog with references and potentially handouts, that kind of thing, then yes, it could be considered. Does anybody have any argument with kind of that interpretation?
No, you got it right.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
There is another one, and that is video layout tours. The expectation is that they're somewhat scripted and descriptional of what's going on, and it's not just a camera on the front of a locomotive going around the layout, and that constituting a clinic, if you will, or a layout tour. So there has to be some effort put behind it in order for it to count as a video layout tour. But the way we look at it in the AP is that if I come to your house and I walk around, you host a layout tour, if you will, for some group, you'll get credit for that, for being the host of a layout tour. By the same token, in these days, if you give a video layout tour, let's say as part of NERx, because I think you did have several. In fact, Bill, you did your layout.
Correct.
I watched it yesterday. And that would count as a layout tour. And in your case, because it was a regional event, that would be a regional layout tour. So you'd get your credit. You could get your credit for that under volunteer. But if you had simply put a camera on a flat car and pushed it around with a locomotive, I'd have a little bit of trouble with that one. If you
But
didn't
as
have
you
any
said,
descriptions to go with it.
Volunteer.
Yeah, volunteer. Or actually, the layout tour would be, yeah, because you're a host of a layout tour, if you will.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to some questions about the Master Builder Structure Certificate. Someone asked, can background structures qualify for AP merit judging? I'm not talking about flats, but we're talking about three-quarter structures, typically 2 inches to 3 inches deep, that are often placed next to the backdrop. They're full height and length, but have a shortened depth. They can be scratch built and super detailed, including interiors and lighting. This person has one completed and several in the process. My answer to that is what I've always heard is that background buildings, if you're going to be judged, you got to have all sides completed. The background can't be just a sheet of cardboard because nobody can see it. You got to have all sides completed and detailed. And my simple answer to this is, folks, that just because it's compressed doesn't mean it's not an actual prototypical model. I mean, we compress everything that we build in model railroading. If we didn't, our factories would be the size of our basements in some cases. So everything is going to be compressed a little bit. So I think it's a matter of judgment a little bit. How much compression is too little to make it a realistic depiction of a structure? So my simple answer would be background buildings that are 2-3 inches, have all sides detailed, could fully qualify. Not a problem. Anybody object to that?
I've tried to evaluate a few background structures like that, and we come up against the problem of what we do about that back wall, the wall that's against the backdrop. We can evaluate them, but I've yet to see one that scored the magical 87.5 points.
Now, somebody this morning made a point, one of the panelists made a point about buildings, city buildings that are in a row of buildings, if you will, where they touch each other. And in that case, that wall between the buildings may be very, very plain, but it still has some detail on it. And so that would count, if you will. But a three-sided structure is not a structure. Structures, well, unless it's a triangular building. But buildings have four sides and a roof. And generally a foundation of some sort.
And I think the interior is important. And just talking about structures, I think, scratch built windows as opposed to plaster castings, scored much higher than plastic castings, those kinds of things. But there's no reason why a background building that has all the sides detailed and is really scratch built nicely couldn't score 87.5 points. Not in my mind.
It could also just be a super detailed building that doesn't have to be merit quality, because half of them don't have to be.
Good point. 6 out of your 12 do not have to be merit quality. They just need to be super detailed. They're your other quote unquote structures. We're going to move on into a category now of 3D printed parts. And I'm going to take the lead on this mainly because, just to give you a little background, when I took over from Bob Ham 3-4 years ago, maybe it is now. Boy, time flies.
Three or four, yeah.
Yep, as the national contest chair, we were hit in the face with this unexpectedly, probably about 5 years ago, where all of a sudden models started showing up at the national contest with 3D printed parts. And we really were at a loss to deal with it at first. So I took the bull by the horns and I spent a year really studying the process. Now, granted, I have never built anything with 3D printing, but I studied the process and I talked with a number of people who were through the process, and we developed a philosophy for the national contest that we thought was pretty good. We tried it out for a year or two. It worked very, very well. I then presented this to Frank and for his approval, and he endorsed it 100% for the AP as being a pretty good philosophy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. First of all, the 3D printer is a tool, just like a saw, just like a knife, just like a ruler. It is a tool that you would use to build something. So you're fully able to use the 3D printer for any of your modeling. There are really, out of the 5 factors that we judge when we're judging a model, there really only are 2 of them that 3D printing would affect, and that being the construction factor and the scratch building factor, because you have to evaluate in scratch building the quantity of parts that are scratch built and the quality of parts. Now, I don't think any of us would argue with the fact that 3D printing from start to finish, if the modeler accomplishes every task, it's a very complex process, would score an awful lot of points when it comes to scratch building and construction if it's done well and all were done by the modeler. So what we try to evaluate when we say, is this model scratch built, is that we look at the process itself and we try to have the modeler describe the whole process. Did the modeler do the drawings? The initial drawings, either in a CAD, several types of CAD programs that it could be done. Did they do the drawings themselves? Secondly, did they take those drawings and do the conversion into the language that the printer would accept? And that's a step in the process as well. Then the third part, obviously, is the printing itself. Now, we, after a while, have determined that that's probably the least most important factor in the process, because who pushes the button is really not the most important thing. If the modeler did all the preliminary stuff and then gave it to somebody else to press the button on the printer and then took what came out of it, that's a very small part of it. It would maybe give them the extra 15 points instead of 14 or something like that if they actually accomplished that themselves. Next, a very important part of the process is that if you've ever been through 3D printing, I'm told, is that the first time it comes out, there's going to be mistakes. You forgot this line, you didn't connect these 2 points, and it's not exactly what you're looking for. And so now you got to go back and refine it, connect those 2 points, change this line just a little bit, whatever. And now sometimes these people have to do 3-4 printings in order to get something correct. And then, of course, after it comes out of the printer, now they have to, it's a part. They have to assemble it into their model. So as far as the scratch building goes, if the modeler accomplished all of those things themselves, then truly they can get the 15 points for scratch building. Okay? Let's talk about the construction factor, because in the construction factor, we're looking at the quality of the workmanship, and we're looking at the complexity of the process itself. You remember yesterday, and I'll hold it up here. You remember this grid that I showed yesterday? The construction grid of how to evaluate. Well, one of the axes is from simple to complex, how complex was the process. And then the top axis is the quality of your workmanship. All right. So I'm going to use an example that we ran into, and I said this yesterday during our my presentation. We experienced at the national contest a few years ago 2 models. One model was a boxcar, 3D printed, one piece, slapped wheels on it, very well done. Right next to it, in the next category over, was a locomotive Z-scale with 23 separately designed and printed parts from the printer, assembled, motor put in, and it ran on rails. An exquisite model.
N scale, actually, Bill, but that's okay.
Okay, but looking at that now, I think we'd all agree that that 23 part or whatever locomotive was an extremely complex model. So they would go way down on that chart in complexity. And then we look at the construction and workmanship, the quality, to bring you across to a score. the first one I talked about, the boxcar, one piece. All right, maybe they're going to get a whole lot in the scratch building factor because they did design and print the whole thing from start to finish, but it's one piece and wheels put on it, painted, weathered, whatever. And so they're not going to get the complexity score in construction that the locomotive did. So I've rambled on a little bit, but what I've tried to say is, I'll summarize very briefly, that 3D printer can be used if you do the whole process yourself and you do an immaculate job on that model. There's no reason why you cannot score very, very highly, and there's no problem with that process.
Hey, Bill,
Any
this
other
is Chuck.
comments?
Bill, this is Chuck. I just want to jump in and just say that we got about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just one quick comment, Bill. That is, be aware that 3D printers are not all the same, and depending on the material you use and the type of deposition that the device uses, you'll get very different quality in terms of the fineness of the detail. So you just need to be aware of that as you pursue 3D printing.
Okay, I've got 3 or 4 more questions left here, and we're going to do very brief answers to try to get done in time, okay? Prototypicality. Someone asked, they've been making models of the 1860s and 70s British passenger cars. Would this present difficulties in having them judged, as the judges are unfamiliar with the prototype? What about the models of the prototypes that have no photographic documentation, because that was way before good photography? Quick answer from someone. Jim Gore.
If you've got some blueprints or line drawings of the original, that will work just fine. You don't need a photograph.
Okay.
Right.
And prototype, it means that it should follow reasonable prototype, architectural, whatever practice. A Camelback 280 should look like a Camelback 280. If you choose to, your fantasy is that you choose to letter it for the CSX, I guess that's, your choice. The same as if you're running a GG1 under wire and letter it for Virginia and Truckee, that's your decision.
It's not prototype.
It's like a GG run and you built it and whatever,
Okay.
Needs that documentation.
I'm going to hold you up and move on because I want to get through a couple more questions here, okay?
Let me just real quickie.
Okay.
Under conformity and prototype, show the basis for what you did.
Right.
If it's freelance, practice. If it's an actual one, as close as you can get to that model. Even though they didn't have photographs, you built it from something. You built it from some idea. Maybe it was a recreation or a model that has been preserved. And there are a lot of very well preserved passenger cars and locomotives in Britain. And I've seen them. You've been there.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right. Real quick, couple questions, and I'll throw an answer out. I have some existing models that I've made that I did before I became an NMRA member. They count. Absolutely. Don't have to go any further. I live in a city and I have no car, and it's very difficult for my models to be judged. My answer to that is get in touch with your AP chair. They'll figure something out. They'll come to your house. They'll do whatever they need to do to get it done. Yep. Next to last question, are remote operations counted for the AP? Answer is absolutely. If you're controlling a train from the distance, or you're dispatching from distance, whatever, it's just like you were there in my mind. Get somebody to sign off on it for you. Last question I have here, we've already answered.
How about that?
All right, Chuck, I think we made it just in time. Thanks, guys. You did a fabulous job. Looking forward to getting together with every one of you here at some point in the future to talk about some things in person.
Got it.
Great.
Thank you, everybody. Great panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great panel. So thank you, Bill, and the panel for a great discussion on the NMRA Achievement Program. And if you have any questions about the program still, you can still email Bill at apchair@nernmra.org.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.
Next up, we're going to visit the Northwest on the Canada, Spokane, and Pacific. The CS&P is a freelanced bridge line jointly owned by the Canadian Pacific and Burlington Northern, connecting Calgary, Alberta with Spokane, Washington. The Canadian National maintains trackage rights over a portion of the main line. The layout is a large point-to-point with a single-track main line running through the mountains and along the rivers of the Pacific Northwest. Following the layout tour will be the third part of the NERx model showcase. But first, let's take a look at Drew James' CS&P.
Hi, I'm Drew James, and welcome to the Canada, Spokane, and Pacific Railroad. The CS&P is an HO scale freelance bridge line that connects Calgary, Alberta with Spokane, Washington, and is jointly owned by the Canadian Pacific and the Burlington Northern and is set in 1981. In 2015, my wife and I bought a new house that had a large unfinished basement, and almost immediately, even before we closed on the house, my friend Dave Martini and I started to design a layout for the space that was geared towards operations. And what we ended up with is a 1,500 square foot layout with a 225 foot mainline run. There are 5 modeled towns on the layout, 1 large yard, over 20 industries, and a staging yard that represents both ends of the railroad. A typical operating session will last around 2.5 to 3 hours and will include 14 to 18 crew members, and we'll run around 20 trains under CTC control, and we'll move upwards of 225 cars over the course of the session.
The railroad consists of a single track main line running from Spokane to Calgary. It starts and ends in staging. There's a 12-track double-ended staging yard that represents both ends of the railroad. It dives beneath the center peninsula of the layout. Almost all the trains that operate begin and end in staging. The run through, the double-ended nature of the staging yard allows me for continuous running for open houses. It also allows for a quick restaging between operating sessions. Each track in staging is powered on individually from the fascia, and then there's a corresponding light bulb that goes on so operators can see when their train is powered. Additionally, there's a clipboard provided that tells what train and what engine is on every track so operators can easily find their train and know which track to arrive in at the end of their run. After departing staging, the main line runs along the Colville River and up into the town of Kettle Falls, Washington. Kettle Falls is one of the 2 major towns on the railroad, and it has a half a dozen major industries. Kettle Falls is actually large enough that it rates a dedicated crew during an op session to switch out the pulp and paper mill, the cold storage facility, and several other industries. Kettle Falls has an industrial switching area. The major industry in that area is the Pacific Coast Pulp and Paper Mill. It also has a Washington milling facility, as well as several other smaller industries. This area, Kettle Falls, will switch out 20 to 25 cars during a typical operating session. Heading north out of Kettle Falls, the next town you'll arrive at is Northport, Washington. Northport is a small town located on the Columbia River with only a couple of industries and a team track, but it still rates daily service on a local turn from the Nelson Yard. At Northport, one of the things you can see is the fast clock. We run a 5-to-1 fast clock during operating sessions, and there are fast clocks located at every town, either on the wall or on the fascia. Shortly after departing Northport, heading north, trains will come to CP 442. CP 442 is important because it is the border between the United States and Canada. Shortly after entering the United States, we come to CN Junction and the crossing of the Columbia River on the main line. The Canadian National Railway has trackage rights from the junction here all the way over to Castlegar and chooses to run one train in each direction during a typical operating session. I consider this area to be the signature scene on the layout, and is a good place to talk a little bit about backdrops and scenery. First, the backdrop. The backdrop was provided by Lark Products, Bill Brown's company, and Bill took pictures that my wife and I had taken in the Pacific Northwest and turned them into backdrops, which we then installed. And then we built the scenery to match up with the backdrop, the river, the corresponding cliffs. The bridge itself was scratch built by John Roche, by a friend of mine. The foliage, the trees, most of the trees are scratch built on the layout. There's about 1,500 trees. Some of them are super trees. There is a mixture of static grass and ground foam to create the rest of the scenery. After crossing the river, continuing northbound, you enter the town of Boundary. Boundary's primary railroad activity is the BC power plant located there, which receives coal every day. After a long run from Boundary, the next town on the layout is a very busy town of Castlegar. Castlegar has several industries, including the large sawmill, which requires servicing every day. It is an area where there are typically several meets of mainline trains, and the Canadian National and the CSNP interchange in Castlegar. There's a small two-track stub-ended yard for that purpose. Canadian National breaks off and runs to the west out of Castlegar. All locomotives on the CSNP are sound equipped. The largest town on the railroad is the town of Nelson, British Columbia. It is where the CSNP's primary yard is located. The yard in Nelson has a capacity for about 80 cars, but you'll typically find 30 to 40 cars in the yard at any given time. It's a 7-track yard, 7 stub-ended track with 2 arrival and departure tracks as well. The yard is worked by 1 or 2 switch engines and a crew of 2 during an operating session. Many trains either originate or have blocks of cars to be set out or picked up in the Nelson Yard area. Located in Nelson is the engine service facility. Yard operators will, in addition to switching cars, will hostle engines onto and off of trains that arrive and depart. The locomotive power on the railroad is about 50% provided by the Burlington Northern and 50% provided by the Canadian Pacific. It consists primarily of first and second generation diesels. Also located in Nelson is the Nelson Passenger Station. This is the largest passenger station on the railroad. The structure itself was scratch built by one of our division members, Len Amrine, based on the prototype that is in Nelson. Passenger service is important to me. One of my inspirations for modeling this part of the country when I model is that I had the good fortune of riding the Canadian across Canada several times in the early 1980s. So I knew that I wanted to model passenger service. So even though in 1981 Amtrak and Via Rail had come about, I decided that on this railroad, passenger service would continue as a gesture of goodwill to the communities and to advertise their freight service. Nelson has a number of industries that need to be serviced on a daily basis, including the Canadian Grain Company, Martini Manufacturing, and several other industries. A dedicated switch crew runs from the yard every day over into this industrial area to switch out these industries. This is one of the more challenging switching areas on the layout. The railroad is controlled by the dispatcher here in the dispatcher's office using a CTC system implemented in JMRI. There is a 14 node LCC, a new NMRA standard, located underneath the layout. Into that network, all of the turnouts, the signals, and detectability of all the trains is fed into that network, which then can be displayed here on the control panel in the dispatcher's office. We are in the process of replacing the virtual CTC panel with actually a replica of a USNS panel, which is currently under construction and hopefully will be done by the end of the year. Ken Cameron has been instrumental in this activity of implementing the JMRI part of the system. Besides the sound on the locomotives, there are several ambient sounds on the layout, implemented primarily through sound modules, many of which are integrated into the LCC system. So for example, you can hear the hobo singing. You can hear the sawmill sign. You can hear running water down the rivers and waterfalls. And you know the workers are hard at work in the pulp and paper mill. Let's track train number 2, the northbound International Limited, as it departs Spokane staging on its northbound run towards Kettle Falls. Train number 2 has departed Northport, Washington, and is now approaching the boundary between the United States and Canada. Canadian customs officials will board the train in the town of Boundary, just north of the border. The Northwest Limited crosses the bridge over the Nelson Yard throat before it rounds the bend into the town of Castlegar. The dispatcher has put train SC32, a manifest freight, onto the siding to allow train number 2 to pass. Train number 2 has boarded its passengers at Castlegar and departs heading northbound around the large horseshoe curve in front of the Crestwood Sawmill. It's heading on to its last leg of the journey before it arrives in Nelson. The Northwest Limited arrives at the station in Nelson, British Columbia. After a short station stop here, the train will continue on northbound, past the Nelson Yard, and on to its final destination in Calgary, represented by staging.
Oh, a break in the action. Now's our chance to look at part 3 of the NERx Model Showcase. Chuck Diljak of the Garden State Division built an HO-scale milk container on flat car model starting with a Finaro and Camerlengo kit. The Borden's decals were made from artwork he provided. 2/3 of the car is scratch-built, most notably the wood decking with styrene channels and the grab iron stirrup steps and uncoupling levers. The piping and rods for the braking system were also scratch-built, connected to brake components from CalScale. The Commonwealth trucks are brass. John Becker is from the Lakeshores Division and built several N-Rail T-Track dioramas for his home-based layout. The first module measures just over 2 feet by 1 foot. John's second module measures just over 3 feet by 1 foot. John used a micro-engineering section house kit as the focus of the third module. A Country Market kit by GC Laser was used for this diorama submitted by John. While John used an N-Scale Architect Trackside Series Picker's Paradise kit for this final diorama. Modeling a modern version of a Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey circus train has been the focus of Lakeshore's division member, Dave Durr. Dave has been working on RBBX flat cars and their loads in N-scale. The Mack Cannon truck, bus, and pickup are 3D printed. The Bobcat is from GHQ, and the ramps and concession trailers are scratch-built. Here the circus train is rolling through town on T-Track modules built by Jim Fairbanks. Jim's paper structure models can be seen here. Dave is also working on an older version of a circus train in HO scale. He made modifications to an old Walthers HO scale kit to build Ringling Brothers Tunnel Car number 23 for the circus train. Tunnel cars carried a line of circus floats down one side and transfer cages for the big cats down the other. This scratch-built HO-scale model of the Cliffside Coal Tipple was built by Glenn Glastetter of the Green Mountain Division for his prototype freelanced Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. The tipple consists of the head house that receives and stores the coal, the tipple which processes the coal, and the loadout conveyor gantry. Here is a better view of the loadout conveyor gantry. James DeMarco of the Lakeshores Division scratch-built an HO-scale Climax A. The locomotive retained its old fuel bunker despite converting from a wood burner to diesel in the late 1950s. James relied on the history of the Climax locomotive, the Catskill Archive, and the Internet when designing his model. The engine has 2 water tanks on either side of the boiler. The locomotive will also have a power winch in the front when it is completed. In James's model world, J&K Lumber Company needed an engine to move trees. The Climax is affectionately known as the noisy one along the line. Bob Cochran of the Nutmeg Division finished installing the last working grade crossing signal for his HO-scale Vermont rail system. The bell was purchased from a hardware store and adjusted so it is not so loud. This ends part 3 of the NERx Model Showcase. Watch for the final installment this evening. Our next clinic offers a different way of coloring the walls of wood kits. The presenter has more recently concentrated on building structures and scenery, earning achievement program certificates for these categories, as well as volunteer and the Golden Spike. She has created 2 modules for the Little Roadie N-scale T-track layout, the Rhode Island and Old Colony Railroad. The structures on the T-track modules are mostly scratch built, while many of the structures on her home layout are from kits. Sue has hopes of one day doing more involved work on the layout and earn additional achievement program certificates. Since 2016, she has been a superintendent of the Little Rhodey Division. Remember to post your questions in the chat window of Facebook or YouTube. And let's please welcome Sue Osberg.
Thank you. This afternoon, I will talk about some interesting ways of coloring wooden walls. I will show you a few structures I've done this way, and there's a short how-to video I created for one of our Little Rhodey Zoom meetings last summer. There are various ways of weathering walls. Primarily, this is done after priming or painting, and you can weather them with the traditional India ink and alcohol, with a variety of stains, and with a variety of paints, or with powders such as the pan powders. But let's save a step. Let's use chalks and alcohol. On the good side, these will save you an extra step in the process and give you a result that is very different from traditional methods. It's kind of a softer look, as you'll see in some of the photographs I have. On the downside, it does take a little bit longer to do it this way, especially if you're working with board-on-board construction, where you've got a foundation of something like cardstock or cardboard, and you're putting boards on one at a time. You need to do just 3 to 5 pieces of strip wood at a time, set them aside to dry and keep going. So it does take a little bit longer, and it does get a whole lot messier when you're using chalk. Here's a photo of the walls I did on one of the Sierra West structures. It's the shipyard that Sierra West had out several years ago. And this is where I actually learned the technique. You can see all the boards in this one. And in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the heavy cardboard base that they were being glued on. You can also see the subtle weathering technique that results as a matter of using the chalks. And you can also see how different each board looks from one another. Here's some other photos of the same thing. Here's a close-up of one of the walls showing the variation in coloring and how the chalks can be used to show the weathering and wear and tear on the building. All right. And yes, it did take quite a bit of time to cut and fit all those boards in. Whoops. Here's a picture of the completed structure. And yes, I did do the steam tug exiter in the front. Here's a close-up of the right-hand wall, where you can see that whether the boards are horizontal or vertical, it doesn't matter. And even the trim pieces around the windows are all done with the same method of construction, of weathering, excuse me. Here's a short video to show how I did this. For this video, I opted to choose, picked a small fishing shack structure from Bar Mills. And in the center of the picture, of course, are the 3 primary walls of the structure, one of which has already been done. The materials I need for this are a box of artist chalks. And from this, I chose a brown, a dark brown, a white, and a gray. A small dish of alcohol, a small flat brush that's soft. And you can see in the center of the picture, I have already done some of the 1/16 inch corner pieces for the structure. Let's start the video and I'll explain it as we go along. One of the things you'll notice is that I definitely use gloves for this to protect my hands. So I use a number 11 blade in a craft knife and line up my boards, and using a dark brown, scrape some dark brown across the boards. How much? That's up to you. How dark do you want them to be? Dip a brush into alcohol, wipe off some of the excess, and then just wipe the boards with the chalk on it to color them. Now the boards are mostly brown. As I said, these are the 16th inch corner posts and they can always be a little bit different color than everything else. And I wanted them a little darker in one spot. Now I'm going to highlight them with some white chalk, because even the corner posts will weather just as the building will. Since my brush is already damp enough, I'm just going to blot the white into the corner posts to give them the look. Now for two of the walls for my structure. Again, start with the brown and just randomly scrape it across. Dip my brush in alcohol, wipe off some of the excess, and just brush it on. And you can see how this does cover the bare wood nicely. I don't prime ahead of time because with the alcohol in this, boards will probably not warp as much as they would if you were using acrylic water-based paint. Whoops. Yes, I use wax paper on my board so I don't get my board messy. Scrape on a little white and repeat with the dabbing in. And then a medium gray. And the colors that you choose are up to you. And when this dries, you should get a nice weathered effect. And now the last wall. And again, brush the alcohol over the board so to liquefy the chalk somewhat and stain the wood. A little bit of white. And a touch of gray. I wasn't kidding with just a touch, was I? And as this dries, you can look at it and decide if you want to add some more to lighten it in some fashion. That takes care of the walls. Now on this video, I'm also describing how to do some shingles for the side of the house. And what I had done was I had taken the shingle sheets from the Bar Mills kit, and I used the paints in the lower right-hand corner, and I painted stripes perpendicular to the way the shingles were going. And as you pull them off, and this was very hard to do because I think the paint kind of glued everything together for me, you wind up with a random look to your shingle colors. And what I used here was a medium brown, a light khaki, and a white for my colors. Yes, this is the battle of the shingles, and I think the shingles won. There we go. These are self-stick shingles from Bar Mills. They normally work nicely, but because I was making a video of this technique, of course, they didn't want to work well. Just stick them on. Trim the edges off. And now when you put the next row on, the shingles will be randomized in terms of how they look. And I do this sometimes for walls, and I've also done it for roofs. Okay, when that doesn't work, we try the other end. Aha. Again, line up the shingles so you have the breaks in the shingles alternating. And when you do that, the colors should randomize themselves on the wall quite nicely. In this name of time, here is a building just like the one I'm putting together. That's all completed to show the randomized shingles and the walls done with the colored chalk method. Again, this is a small fishing shack from Bar Mills. And here's a photograph of that building. This is a building, the old Bar Mills Shipyard Brewing. It's a background building that Bar Mills has had out for quite a while. And I decided to try using this in a different location on the layout. And we were having a train show from Little Rhodey, and we were trying to get some clinics running along during the time the train show was running. So I decided to try coloring these walls with chalk, and I used mostly 2 shades of green and white on this one, and began coloring all the walls at the train show in an ongoing clinic. It turned out okay. It's not my favorite, but coloring the walls with chalk can be done with other things besides brown or gray and white. This is another set of walls from another Sierra West kit called O'Neill's Fabrications. There I'm also building the structure with a cardboard background and thinner, narrower strip wood glued on that. These boards are going on vertically, as you can see, and I'm also coloring these with brown, gray, and white. And these boards are coming out different than the shipyard, but in a similar fashion, a very subtle weathering technique. And that's all I have for you folks. Are there any questions?
Hi, Sue. Yes, we had one question that came up, and it was actually a question that came to my mind as well when you first started presenting your clinic. Is what alcohol are you using? 70% or 90%?
Actually, I don't remember. I have both in my train room office. It could have been either one. I know one of them will evaporate more quickly than the other, but since you're working fairly quickly, I don't think it matters a whole lot.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if the 90% would eliminate more warping, or you're saying the evaporation, you're not finding it with either.
I didn't find that I had any problem with it. You do about, for both of the Sierra West structures, I was doing like 5 boards at a time. I'd get a whole mess of them. When they were all dried, I began putting them on the cardboard and then go back and do a few more. So I don't think anything had a chance to really begin to warp.
Okay, okay. Have you tried using chalk for any other type of porous material, like plaster or anything like that?
No, I have not. But
Okay.
that's an interesting comment, and I'll make a note of it.
Yeah, because I would think it would be interesting to try with some scenery.
Yeah.
For example, or even a plaster structure, for example. That might be an interesting technique.
Something like
as
a
well.
hydrocal structure, or even one of the styrene structures.
Right, right, right. Now you're using artist chalks. Have you tried any other chalks like the pan pastels or weathering
Not for this,
chalks?
I haven't, but I use pan pastels a lot for general weathering.
Okay, okay,
I would imagine, I'm going to try it. I would imagine it'd be interesting effect to try the pan pastels because the shadings are a little bit different.
okay. Do you find when you first apply it, it's probably a more darker color when you so when it dries, it probably lightens up a bit.
It
You've
does
tried
lighten
it?
up a little bit.
Okay,
What I do is I take a piece of scrap wood in order to choose the particular shades I'm going to be using from the chalks. I'll take a piece of scrap wood and try several browns and several of the grays to see
okay,
which gives me the best look that I want.
okay. Do you try to overcompensate the colors in
Not
knowing that it's
really.
going to lighten?
If it's already too light, I can always add more. If it's a little bit too dark, you wipe it off with an alcohol brush and let it dry and start again.
Okay, okay. Um, do you find that, well, I guess the color probably differs a little bit from the original color that's in the chalk that you see. It's going to be more intense than I would think in the artist chalk.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, okay. And I don't think. Oh, how many years have you been using these techniques?
Oh goodness, I'm trying to remember. The first one I did was the shipyard I showed earlier in the presentation, and that must be 5 or 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago.
Okay, okay. And I don't think we have any other questions that have come up.
Okay.
No covering. Oh, yeah. There's a good question here. Do you seal the chalk at all?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not.
Okay.
And I've picked up the buildings and the walls and so on afterwards. And once it dries, I don't get any mark off.
Okay. Okay. Well, good. Well, thank you very much, Sue. It was interesting. Now I'll have to use my chalks in a different way and invest in some of the really different colors of chalks, now using it as a paint medium almost. So that'll be an interesting way of doing it for some of those wood structures that I have. Well, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
And we are going to take a few minutes break, and then I think we'll be back at the half hour, and we're going to do a little bit of talk about our upcoming in-person convention in the fall, and then we have one more. We have one more layout tour to give at the end before we break till the evening session.
Okay.
So hang on, and we'll be right back. Thank you, Sue, for a great presentation. Don't forget, Mini Prints is holding a drawing for a $50 gift voucher. To enter it, just open another window on your browser and go to facebook.com/miniprints3D. Look for a post related to NERx or the drawing and enter a comment with your era and hashtag miniprints3D. Get your entry in by 6 p.m. Eastern today, and the drawing will take place at 7 p.m. We will announce the winner during this evening's session. Okay, next up is the convention chairman for Mill City 21, the Northeastern region's in-person convention scheduled for this fall. He is here to provide everyone with an overview of what is planned. Let's welcome Peter Watson.
Thanks, Chuck. Hello, everyone. I hope that you are all enjoying the show. Although at this point, you're probably like me, looking forward to getting together in person. And that's what we're going to talk about for this next few minutes here. We're going to give you an update on the fall convention. As you know, we had this convention all planned for last fall, but the pandemic had other ideas. So we ended up canceling it. It was a difficult decision to make at the time, but considering, all the work that we put into it, but it obviously was the correct choice to make. When the convention was canceled, discussions occurred on whether to completely cancel it or to try and move it up a year. Since most of the work was done, the decision was made to try and just postpone it rather than cancel it and to try again in 2021. And the hope now is that we'll be able to make this happen this year in 2021. Mill City is being hosted by the Hub Division in cooperation with the Northeastern region. And the convention will take place from Friday, October 8th to Monday, October 11th, which is the Columbus Day weekend, same as last year. The convention headquarters is going to be the Westford Regency. This hotel and convention center is located just off of Route 495 in Westford at exit 32. The Westford Regency has all of the key amenities that you would expect. There is a fine restaurant and a bar. The rooms are spacious and will include Wi-Fi. There are also many other dining choices within a short distance of the hotel. There are a couple of malls within walking distance, and there's a variety of restaurants from some nice dining locations to fast food, all in a fairly short distance from the hotel. Hotel also has an indoor pool and a health club. And of course, there's going to be plenty of space for convention activities. We originally had one ballroom, and the ballroom was going to be operating layouts, basically modular layouts that were going to be set up for operating sessions, some vendor space, and then we were also going to use that for the banquets and the awards breakfast. We're now looking at having a second ballroom. There's another ballroom on the next floor up to increase the amount of things that we can do. We can add a couple of clinic rooms and get some more vendor space so that we have more activities for you to take part in. The hotel is 10 miles from downtown Lowell. Lowell is an area we'll talk about in a little bit, but there's a number of things to do there. But the hotel is offering $109 per night, and you can extend your stay to coming in a little bit before or going home a little bit after at the same room rate. Just let them know when you make your reservations that you want to do that. And because this weekend is kind of like the peak leaf peeping season, it might be something that you would want to take advantage of, so you can do a little bit of traveling around New England during the colorful leaf season. Lowell is known as the Mill City, and for good reason. Back in the 1800s, Lowell became one of the centers for the Industrial Revolution. There was some canals built there that connected the couple of the rivers, the Merrimack River down to the Charles River, which ended up in Boston. And this made it very advantageous for some of these mills to ship their goods out and get them down to Boston. We are planning on some tours of these mills. The National Park Service operates several mills and museums in this area. There is a mill and trolley tour. The Wanalancet Mill has some water power exhibits. At the present time, we're not 100% sure just what the requirements and the restrictions are going to be for these tours. We're working on that to find out. Our contacts are still working with us. So what we don't know for sure at this time, if you register, when we do find out, we will put that word out to you in a separate email blast so that you can take advantage of any of the tours that we don't have on the registration form. The Seashore Trolley Museum operates a trolley in the area of the mills, and we are working on getting access to that so that we can ride around the mills on the trolley. Again, at the present time, that's a little bit up in the air, but we're hoping that we can make the connection and get that done. Local railroading in the area, Guilford, or Pan Am, as it's currently known, runs freight through Lowell, and the MBTA has the commuter trains that come up into Lowell. So both of those are operating, and there's areas where you can get photographs of them without getting in the way of the trains, you know, at local grade crossings and things. You may also find some foreign power occasionally on there. I have seen Union Pacific and Burlington Northern locomotives on there, as well as Norfolk Southern. In fact, Norfolk Southern, I think, runs a joint service with Pan Am to bring coal into the area, as I recall. There were also some non-rail activities that we're going to be looking at. There are some art galleries in the area, and we're looking at arranging a tour of the art galleries, and possibly with a luncheon included partway through that. So that's one of the things we're looking at. There's some local gardens areas that have been available for tours. There was a relatively famous little restaurant close by called Pickety Place that's very popular with the locals. We'll be telling you how to make arrangements to dine there if you'd like to dine there. We also have there's an outlet mall, Merrimack Outlets. There's also the Hobart Village Mall close by. Other local attractions include the Cathedral of the Pines, LaBelle Winery, and the Neshoba Wineries. We're working on possibly running some trips to both of those places. And like I said, this time of year is very colorful around here. You're right smack dab in the middle of New England in leaf peeping season. So you may want to consider extending your stay and coming for a little bit longer so that you can do some traveling around and enjoy the color of the season. We're offering a full range of clinics. And again, we're planning on adding some more space so that we can add more clinics to keep you plenty occupied. We're going to try to make it so that you have more than you can do. We'll have a good range of clinics for you to choose from. We currently have 3 meeting rooms for Friday through Sunday, and if when we get done, we probably will have either 4 or 5. We're offering some make and take or participation type clinics. Mike Tylick is going to do a clinic entitled Stone Walls Unlimited, where he will show you how to make, not so much how to make the stone wall itself, but how to make the stones. And this has always been a challenge for, I know for me, and I suspect for a lot of others. How do you make stones that look like stones? And Mike has come up with a pretty neat way of doing it. So that's one of the clinics that will be offering. Andy Reynolds is going to do a clinic on building a bar mills kit. Eric Whitney and Kaylee Zing will be doing DCC University, and that's a 2-part clinic, parts 1 and part 2. And Bill Brown is going to do a clinic on high-end oak trees. And at this time, while we haven't got the details finalized, there's going to be 2 or 3 others participation clinics, most likely. We've got 40 some odd clinics on the schedule right at the moment. So I'm not going to try to go over all of them right now, but they are posted on the website. So if you're interested, check out Mill City 21 website, and you can get a good idea of what some of these clinics are all about. Obviously, we'll have the model contests and photo contests, as there is in every region convention. And in this convention, we're also going to have a separate special contest for the NERx reefer contest. Those of you that were with us for the first NERx last fall may remember that Mike Tylick did up a set of decals, well, not the decals, but he did up the artwork that you can download for a set of decals to do an NERx reefer. And there will be a contest for that, both for an actual model contest and also a photo contest. So you can check out the website for that. Operations is going to be a big part of this convention. We have a number of operating sessions scheduled on some very nice layouts. And included in that, we're going to have several modular layouts right there at the hotel, and that will be having operating sessions as well. That whole ballroom on the first floor is pretty much going to be taken up by the operating layouts there. So come prepared to operate. Some of the layouts include Dan Bigda, Tom Oxnard, who models the B&M. Stan and Debbie Ames are large-scale modelers and have a very large outdoor layout, and they hold operating sessions all the time. So if you want to try operating large-scale out in these beautiful gardens that Stan and Debbie have, that's an option for you. Bruce Robinson, another modeler from the Seacoast Division, his layout will be open for operations as well. I think the offerings include at least 15 layouts in 4 scales. We've been in touch with all of these folks, and both the clinicians and the layout owners. The majority of them have already indicated that yes, they are interested in participating. And like I said in the beginning, things are still a little bit up in the air just because we're not 100% sure what's going to happen. But we've got 6 months to go between now and the convention, and we feel that we should be able to put on a good convention for you, and we hope to see you all there. So remember, save the date, October 8th to 11th, 2021. Registration is planned to open on May 1st, so you'll be seeing some information coming out about that. And again, we hope to see you there.
Okay, Pete. Well, we did get a couple questions during your presentation. So the first one is from an individual I know is from the New York City area, and he's asking about public transportation. So I assume, you know, public transportation, you get up to Boston from New York City from here on like Amtrak or whatever. But how about from Boston to Westford? How easy is it to get there without a car? Is it easy? Is there options for you on public transportation?
That there's nothing out there that I'm aware of at the moment. That's a good question. But typically around here, unless you're right in the city, there's your public transportation is kind of limited. So I'm not sure. Right in the general vicinity of the hotel, there was a lot going on. There's 2 or 3 strip malls, like I said, so if you're looking for something for dinner or whatever. But to get to Lowell, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure about that. It's probably something we ought to get up on the website to see if we can find out about.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe even the hotel might have like a shuttle bus to a rail facility or a bus facility or anything like that.
I know there's no shuttle bus right now, but it's a possibility we might be able to do something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think you answered the next question early on in your presentation. An individual asked about whether there are fast food options within walking distance from the hotel. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So again, do you want to repeat what the website is? I know you had it up on the screen, but let's give our viewers.
millcity21.org.
Okay. And that's going to be constantly updated as we know more news.
Yes.
So that's going to be a place to look. And we look forward to Mill City in October. Should be a good weekend.
And folks should check back with that periodically, just because as we get closer to the date, there will be more updates going on there. And then also because of the pandemic, there may be some requirements that are going to have to be dealt with as we get closer to that. Obviously, we will have to comply with whatever state requirements are and that sort of thing. So, and we are expecting to have a unified policy for the convention on whatever requirements are necessary. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, it sounds like it's going to be a good convention. I hope it happens. I hope we're out of this pandemic by then. And again, it's millcity21.org.
Oh, amen to that.
Yes. Yes. And so let's see. So I think at this point, we have our final scheduled item coming up at the top of the hour. And so we'll just break right here for 10 minutes to get ourselves set up for that. And we'll see you at the top of the hour. Thank you, Pete.
Roger on that.
Well, thank you, Peter. Our final scheduled tour this afternoon is of a model railroad museum in Roslindale, Massachusetts. The museum's layout has been featured in Model Railroader and Great Model Railroads. Let's take a closer look at the Bay State Model Railroad Museum.
Hi, and welcome to the Bay State Model Railroad Museum, located in Roslindale, Massachusetts. Before we go on our tour, we'd like to thank the NMRA N-Scale Regional Division for having us and allowing us to show this beautiful piece of work to you. A little bit of background: the Bay State Model Railroad Museum, originally the Bay State Society of Model Engineers, was started in 1968, and then in 1978 moved to this amazing building.
As our tour begins, we see a New Haven, PA locomotive getting ready to depart the Portland, Maine Central Station. As she departs, you'll see that she passes the ski train and the Norfolk Southern Office Car Special. As the New Haven train waits for the signal to depart, we see the P&W working the part. They look busy today as the two engines will serve the numerous industries in the port. It appears that the New Haven train is set to depart with her patrons. As our tour progresses, we see any number of tank cars with the fuel racks waiting for the ships to unload. Across the bridge and past the Lobsterman, we come onto the Androscoggin Paper Mills property. The mill, having gone under numerous upgrades recently, employs a great number of people in the area. A large number of pulpwood waiting to be turned into your ever-needed paper products. Here we see Whitefield Junction about to get very busy. As we look across the diamonds, we see the approaching Santa Fe El Cap, and the Burlington Northern rolls into the picture. Three big EMD units with a large grain train behind them. Another station stop for the New Haven train here in St. Johnsbury. Business gets carried out, vacations get enjoyed, all thanks very much to the railroad. At the station in St. John, we see one of the UP's famous 4664 Challengers. This one in the Greyhound paint scheme with a beautiful cut of cars in tow. The Mandarin White can only mean one thing. Here we see three Frisco Jeeps with a heavy train depart St. Johnsbury as they head up the cut. Sure enough, with a little bit of luck and a little bit of movie magic, we've managed to meet the train at the other side of the cut as they emerge from the Y here at Crawford Notch. The train plunges into the darkness of the tunnel as it continues its downhill run. Standing on the platform, we see the UP units bring down the plow, headed for the helper facility. It's probably going to snow if they're moving this much equipment around. As we see the plow continue down through Helper, both the L cap and a main central train with 4 GP40s on the head slowly move northbound. We see the sand tower and the turntable here at Helper as well. What many of you may or may not know is that in the age of steam and early diesel, steam engines would often be attached to the front or rear of freight trains to aid in the push up the mountain or the even braking coming downhill.
Tilt it more flat.
Here we see a UP maintenance away train departing the Portland station area and crossing in front of the El Capitan and the Super Chief. I've almost completed the day's work. New Haven brings the train home back to Portland Station. There's a UP train. Carries military equipment. We see trucks and deuce and a halves, howitzers, and a variety of other military hardware. Go get 'em, boys. Here we stand at the signal. The southbound UP train awaits the Santa Fe headed northbound. What a way to see the amazing fall countryside and landscape. Cruisers along behind. Having let the other two trains pass, the downhill journey begins. This is stealth, right?
You have two airplanes going fast? This one's mad sexy.
Here we are at the end of the day. trains and train crews from around the region have finished their jobs. Engines are returned to the roundhouse for what becomes another night of maintenance. Thank you for joining us here today. We hope you've enjoyed the tour of the N-scale division of the Bay State Model Railroad Museum. Thanks so much for coming. And when we get the opportunity, we'd invite you to please make plans to stop by in person. Thanks again. Have a great day.
That is it for this afternoon's program. Like yesterday at this point, we will be killing the current live stream to separate the afternoon and evening sessions. A new stream will start 10 minutes before 7 o'clock. Remember to begin refreshing your browser's window until you see the new live feed. We will announce the winner of the mini prints drawing during the evening session, and we will be back with Peter as the host at 7 p.m. for this evening's program. See you then.